take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that, spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas, think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead of say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages of vacant. Modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love, make this, play tough and wanna hate this. I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
And we are live this evening at Square Work Media World, aka the Owl. We're at the backup channel, the Owl's Reckoning, division of Square Media Company, division of the Canine News and Entertainment. Old Justice Julie decided to abuse and use the YouTube system to put something false in, and so we are having to deal with that. As a result, we are here this evening. May not be a whole lot of people in here right away. I went ahead and shared the live out so it would be put out through the notifications on people on both ends. I need to check my community moderation over here while I'm over here. Oh no, Ruski, no, he does not need to be a mod. Neither does that person. Neither does that person. Neither do they. Neither do they. Neither do they. Neither do they. They're okay. Yeah. So definitely going to have to be adjusting the mods around here, but just got rid of a few that didn't need. And I was just trying to ask that twisted Tennessee motherfucker who has always given me an attitude, whether I'm at PBRs or if I'm at, like, this evening, for instance, I'm at Rebels or where else? Oh, Johnny's. That's the other one. You know, and I don't know who the hell the dude is from, I don't know him from Adam. I have no idea. Like, is he from the Abraham side or is he from the Isaac side? Like, I don't, I have no idea where he falls at all on anything. And I know I don't know him enough to have ever had an opinion much about anything related to him because I don't think he does content. So I don't know what the hell his issue is. I really don't. He's a product of one of those people who has been very comfortable and apparently spent a good amount of time in live streams that's just bashing me. I mean, I don't know how else to infer where he gets his behavior and attitude of acting the way he does toward me. Like, there's no logical explanation for it. Now, if I had maybe made fun of him a long time ago or said something about him that was just completely made up and bullshit that was very wrong and offensive, I could see, like, why if we didn't get along. Like, there would be no questions about it. It'd be pretty clear. Like, even to myself, even if I didn't want to admit it, I would still know, like, okay, that's really the reason why. Like, there's no denying it. I mean, that just is the facts. But that's not it's not what happened. I never did anything to him that I know of. And, and then Pauletta is going to be over at Rebels and she's going to be saying some shit like, oh, Square, there's kids around. Better watch out. Like, what the fuck is that supposed to mean, ho? I mean, seriously. I can cuss without a filter here, so it don't matter. But I mean, what the hell does that mean? You think you're being cute? And then she said, you don't work Square. Gene Team and them have somebody watching you and report on you and how you're always at home, blah, blah, blah. Lie again. Nobody has got the time to be able to sit and obsessively watch me for however long you think. And these are all elderly people around here, so I know they aren't doing it. And if somebody was actually watching you, then they'd either have been just taking your money and scamming you, telling you I don't do anything because they don't want to tell my business, or maybe, just maybe, they're just telling you whatever you want to fucking hear. Because if they were telling you the truth, they'd be telling you, if they were actually set up or in a geographical position where they could see my comings and goings daily, they would tell you that daily I leave and come back. And I carry me a little sack with me that I take that has writing on it. And in that little sack, I have my timesheets and a whole bunch of other stuff. Oh, shit. I showed Glenn and fucking PJ on that video talking about, I'm trying to push you to kill this motherfucker and their little threats in the chat about I'm dead and fuck around, find out, and all that shit. And they said, they said, now that is pretty direct, like death threatening you. And I'm like, yeah, so what do I do about that? What does that mean? He said, well, you document it, you showed it to us. So, you know, in the unlikely, crazy scenario that they actually try to pull through with something like that, if you're ever out walking or whatever else, if you're in your house and somebody knocks, they're like, don't make that mistake that they tripped you up into making last time when they provoked you. Don't he, he said nope. They'll probably say pussy whatever, but don't let them get you out now. But if you're already out with your dog or something, walking down the street, somebody pulls up in a car, starts talking shit, gets out the car, or comes upon you on the road or away from your house, at least more than if I'm just more than 30 feet from my house or any more than that, retreat's not really, you can't argue retreat then at that point. And it's like I told him, I'm like, man, I don't want to have to use force to keep somebody off me. Like, I don't want to have to do that. It's not a easy thought, to get in your head. And, problem is with having like a less lethal or something, there's just a bunch of nuances to it. I'm not going to get in and bore you, but like legal, like what if in this scenario, this and this and this. But the way our state law and stuff is set up and written, you know, uh, you don't have a priority or duty to retreat unless, of course, you're in your property, like right in your front yard, right outside your front door, and can turn right back around and get inside before anybody gets to you. Like, unless you're in that position, you don't have any, you're allowed to stand your ground. Like, I ought to be able to jog up and down the street with my dog or do whatever else or walk to a client's house or what have you and be able to walk back every day and not have to worry about the fact that, some yahoo dumbass troll going to spend his money, bonus, whatever, from work or his check to pop up and take a trip down here, which, I'm not, I've never bragged about where I live. I live in bumfucked Egypt. You realize this is like we're the second closest, like, we're not the most poorest, but we're like second from the number one position of being the poorest fucking county in the state. We're the second poorest county in the state. This is where fucking dreams come to die and shit. People's dreams and shit die here. People get on drugs here, and hell, they might even start off working at a good factory or some other type of good job around here, or on the barge. But then next thing you know, they get caught up around the wrong person and crowd, and then they're doing fucking speed and shit. And a week later, they've lost their job, and now they're a full-time fucking crackhead, basically. It happens. It happens a lot. I got a video to play. I don't know what to think about it. I don't want this person getting mad at me for playing the video, although not. I mean, it doesn't cast them in the greatest light. I'll put it that way. All right. Let's see. All right, we're gonna check this out. This is the audio from a panel with Sly, Andrea, and good old fucking old Butters, old Duster Butters, old Butterfingers, old Duster Buster ass, old bitch. Yeah.
Like, people who don't have kids don't understand the line of thinking and empathy that people with kids have.
Right. I wasn't trying to
Now, I can agree with that, because I don't have them, and I can tell you this: I'm sure that I don't know and can't relate or say that I know or understand the feeling. But I can say this: I can imagine that I got an idea of what it's like. And as silly as somebody might want to laugh from hearing this or say about it, as silly as it may sound, I have an idea because while Brownie is not a human being and he is a dog, he's a canine, he still is one of the most blessings I've ever received in my life. And he might as well damn near be my child, my kid. I love him. I take care of him. I feed him. I clothe him. I make sure he's groomed. I make sure he takes his regular meds and vitamins. Like, I've taken him to a training, like basically in a form of school, and went through that with him and all that. Like, no, it's not as in depth. No, it's not as complicated. No, it's not as multifaceted or as complex or more emotionally. And I'm not saying it's as emotionally complex. Obviously, having a human child would be more. However, it has given me a glimpse into, when you have, whether it's a pet or a child or anything that you love and care for and have a responsibility for, it has given me a glimpse into being able to at least be able to understand, like, now I can understand to a degree how they might feel, because like whenever I thought, even though it was very short and brief, uh, just like when I freaked out when Brownie, I couldn't find him, and thought the worst of the worst. A lot of the times I know mothers and fathers, whenever they can't locate or a child is still out in the streets and hasn't came home yet, and then it gets to where the lights are turning on, the street lights, which is their cue to be home, and it's an hour past the lights coming on and they still aren't home, they're going to start worrying too and wonder and think that the worst has happened. Now, again, people are going to sit here and still be a dumbass and say, he thinks that's the same or similar to having a kid as a dog. No, I clearly said it's not. I reiterated it that it's not. However, you can't tell me that it's not similar in any way at all. it's similar in some ways, even if those ways aren't as deep, like I've said and already reiterated. I know this. I have nephews and nieces, and my nephews and nieces, um, they're always energetic and happy to see us and family around the holidays. And they're not, my children either. They're just my nephews and nieces. But still, yet, like when I've heard stories from their mom and dad and stuff about them growing up and the things that they went through and different stuff and the different stuff they've had to go like challenge wise, whether it's health challenges or learning or getting ready and to get ready to go into school and stuff. Like I get it. I get it. I don't get it completely. I don't relate completely because I don't have children. But I understand some of the concepts and some of the positions that parents go through and fall into as a result because of the experience and me seeing things with my nephew, and then on top of that, seeing family. I'm not going to get into the details of who, but specific family of mine raised. My grandfather helped raise different things, and that I've been there before, and I've babysitted for and watched. Um, that combined with me having Brownie and getting Brownie, like when I couldn't find him, yeah, I about flipped the fucking gasket. And my baby, I mean, he rescued himself practically by coming to me that night. And I love him so much. He's there's not anything I wouldn't do for him. If tomorrow I got told you've got to stop smoking, it's killing your dog. Um, Even though I smoke outside, and don't get him in his face or anything. If as much as I love to smoke and stuff, yeah, I'm quitting. Like I'm not going to trade my living dog that I love, my my child, practically my version of a child. I'm not gonna put anything over him. So even if it was something that I love to do as a hobby or habit I had or whatever, if it had to go, then it would go. And that's the truth. I mean, and I imagine that people that become parents and stuff have the same attitude. At least the decent ones, I guarantee, have. Like if they needed to stop doing something, or even if their part-time drinking every other weekend or whatever was interfering, like if they had to stop any of that stuff, like they ought to be ready and willing to do stuff like that if it was called on by a doctor or their relationship with the mother or what, anything like that. So let's finish
Insult
this
them
though.
or like say that I was like better than them or anything. I was just trying to use it as an example. Like when you have children, there's just like there's something else that you have, like more. There's just you just have
Yeah,
more
your
empathy.
empathy increases because
Yes.
once
It's
you
the
become a
nurture
parent, you
component.
worry about, you
Come on,
worry
Brandon.
about uh what's going to happen to your kid once they start getting older and going through school and life. You don't want to see them hurt.
Right.
So your empathy opens up more to where you can apply that to other people.
And
Yes,
then you also
everybody can be empathetic.
the next level is opening your empathy to other people's children and viewing other humans as someone's child. So there's 2 steps to that. And some of these people
Yup.
haven't even made it past step 1, much less step 2. They're just inhumane.
Warning. This video contains content that may be disturbing to some viewers. Viewer discretion is advised.
Hillbilly, I did say I would choke the shit out of the kid. I said I would wrap his hair around his fucking neck. I sure the goddamn did, and I'd say it again.
And Char was
And
like,
I'd say
good.
it to the
I have
kid's
one
fucking
chat that don't
face.
have to work in. This is a chat she don't have to work in, so fuck it. She don't mind. Hell, arthritis is real.
Sure is, goddamn.
Hell yeah. God,
God damn it.
damn.
Yeah, I
Sometimes
can't even.
it gets cold and shit like that. I'm like, God damn. I'm like, wow, it feels good.
I'll be walking around my house saying, God damn it. And Josh goes to me, would you stop saying that? And I said, I'm not saying God.
I don't
saying
say
God.
that. I do too. I say God.
I say G-O-T. And Josh's like, you really pissing me off. I'm like, well, God damn
You're
it.
still taking the Lord's name in vain, though. Technically, like that's the intent behind it.
Hey,
It
I
doesn't
live with
matter if
multiple
you
people as
alter
friends,
the
my
language.
16-year-old daughter and my 19-year-old son. So come with it. What you got? What you got? What's up?
I have it.
That's
I
what
never
mean. What's up?
threatened any of your kid.
What
Like,
was the
don't
question
say
that made
me.
that response? What the fuck?
If they're talking about when fucking Mama
I've
Payday's
talked about
kid
your
and fucking
parody.
Rebel 45. It was Rebel 45. He was in my shit like long ago. And I threatened him. I don't give a fuck. I threatened both of them. I don't give a fuck. I'd threaten them again.
She would
They
threaten
shouldn't
my
be
ass all
bullshit.
motherfucking time. She just, I mean, there's nothing. I mean, what you gonna do? Call me bad names? I don't care. Come on.
I mean, shit, I had
Mind your
Micro
own
Trucker
dog.
calling me daily, telling me he was watching my daughter walk to fucking school every day. So, I mean, really, there's nothing y'all can fucking say. I mean, y'all have said it. I don't really give a shit.
Whoever the
Say it
fuck
again, and I
Micro
do it again.
Trucker is, he
Fuck,
ain't
I'd
cool
fuck a
for that
12-year-old
shit
up. I don't give
either.
a fuck. Fucking look at me
I
fucking
would not.
sideways, or I'll fucking beat your fucking ass.
No.
What you got?
I'm just gonna put that out.
Bro, that's a good
If some
way to get a
12-year-old
fucking
kid
felony
came up to me
child
talking
abuse
fucking shit,
fucking case.
goddamn right, I'd fucking backland that little fuck. I don't give a fuck who
Oh,
the fuck he was.
No.
You ain't gonna fucking disrespect me. I don't give a fuck, especially if
I'm
you
not
don't know
gonna
who the
stick
fuck
around
I
for
am.
it. I'm not gonna stick around for it. Trust that.
All right, Captain Kurt. She lives on my couch. Okay, you're being a smart ass. Captain Sabo,
I tell you what,
try to act like a fucking adult, but go suck 12, year old payday's day.
I tell you what,
Year-old payday's day, bitch.
oh my god.
Out of here.
Oh, what? You're gonna keep watching like a punk ass pussy that you are.
Wow, what was that? So basically, somebody sent me that. I'm like, okay, I get it. I get what you're trying to like say. Like she said that stuff and said she didn't give a fuck, whatever. Sly's been cool with me, so I'm not going to judge her harshly over this. Although I must say, at the bare minimum, like obviously, yeah, I mean, like, look, if I had a younger person, I don't care if they were just 15, 16, even if they were 17, which in my state, Missouri, 17, you're basically an adult. Regardless, though, if it was a younger person like that, and let's say they were talking shit about my YouTube channel for some reason because they come across it somehow, all right? If I were to have said, and I mean, let's say that I didn't say anything antagonistic. Like, this dude came straight at me. Like, again, you have to remember that these are young adults, children. If they're under 18, technically, for most circles, they're considered children. I get the difference if they're 17 and in a state where 17 is the legal age, they're technically like an adult, but still, again, they're kind of not. They're a young person. They're a young human being. They're going through life and learning, going through all those stages we went through. Okay, so while I'm sure I would probably get annoyed and irritated at whatever bullshit was coming from whatever youngsters are whoever, still, like, I could see myself cussing in frustration or something, and maybe just being like, leave me the fuck alone or something like that. And even that could be taken and picked apart and criticized as being, you know, irresponsible and whatnot. So what I would do in a situation like that, the number one thing I could think of would be remove myself from it completely. If that person was in my chat or whatever, and I knew they was a minor, I'm blocking them. Like, we don't want any minors in our chat or our live streams. They're not meant for such. None of my streams are made for children. Like, all of them are selected to be no on the made for kids thing. Period. So, like, I fucking played a goddamn Predator, a game based off the movie Predator and the alien Predator character. I was playing Predator Hunting Grounds, and it was a multiplayer game. You would be teamed up with random players, and you would either all be playing as a part of the fucking SEAL team or Army team, whatever, that's trying to get away from the Predator and escape or kill it, or you would play as the Predator. So it'd be literally like a little group of guys with guns and stuff, supposed to be in some type of army or what have you, forces, versus one player who's playing as the Predator. And I mean, the people that have the guns and stuff and grenades, they're really limited compared to the Predator's weapons. Predator's got fucking invisibility, camouflage, fucking energy weapons, strong, badass fucking, like, little sling blades and stuff, all types of shit, but it's still a challenging game. And on one of the games when I was playing online, and this is an important thing to remember, on PlayStation, because I looked up and down all around in Google trying to find if there was a way to set my settings to where my console doesn't get paired with anybody in any type of multiplayer game whatsoever. I don't give a fuck if it's Fortnite, with people that are under 18. Now, here's the kicker, though. Most kids that are playing these M-rated games and stuff, they're playing it under an account that's theirs, but they use like their older brother's birthday or a birthday they know is old enough to get past and be able to play those games. And guess what? So when we get paired with them in the damn game room, the game doesn't even know pairing us with somebody that's under it, like the 16, 17, 15, whatever. Like, they don't even know that. All they know is that, hey, this is Raccoonus225 with a birth date of July 19, let's say 90, when in reality their birthday is like early 2000s or some shit. Like, I mean, that's what you're fucking are dealing with. So I looked all around. There is no, they have parental settings and stuff, but that's for like, if I'm setting it up, the console up for somebody young. It's not, it's for me. I don't need parental controls, but there is no way to make it to where you can guaranteed never get paired up or play any multiplayer game online at all. And I mean, there's just no way you can guarantee it. Because even if they had it, and I would imagine it's default to where they automatically have it set up that they keep 18 and up in one group. And if anyone's playing a PlayStation and their true birthday's in there and they're below 18, well, then it keeps them on that side with people in those age brackets. But whenever you have people that are playing like Grand Theft Auto or whatever, and they're not even 18, you can't control or keep from happening. You'd be playing in a multiplayer lounge for Grand Theft Auto, and next thing you know, you hear a squeaky voice, coming through the other line, or you hear an obviously younger voice, That's what I'm saying. That shit fucking happens, and they need to make. I don't know how they could strengthen it or make it better. You would think that if they could, they would have. I don't know, but it's a bunch of rigmarole, man. And then people tried to give me shit for fucking playing on that game because I didn't immediately kick him off and stop playing. Like, I tried to play through, and we got through like a couple rounds, and next thing you know, some other people were coming in there, and they were cussing. They didn't care, and started having people in my live stream chat basically tell me that I should probably, I should probably be real nice about it, but cut um, cut this gameplay session, because this is going to be used against me, basically. And when I saw that, I was like, yeah. I tried to, and I was nothing. Like, even Carrie said it at the time. She's like, you were very, very, you were very careful on how you did it. You didn't tell him, like, fuck off, you gotta go. Like, you're not playing with some younger person. Like, I didn't do no bullshit or crazy shit like that. I simply said, well, it was nice playing, but listen, to be honest, I'm streaming, and I shouldn't be streaming and playing with you on here, actually. Now that other people are giving me their opinion on it and stuff, like, I have to agree with them. I was like, it's nothing against you. I was like, but yeah, I was like, try to play with people your own age if you can. I know this thing matches us up randomly, but and I was very fucking, what's the word? Very gentle with the whole thing, like, because because even though the right thing is to just do still what I'm doing, I still didn't want to be a dickhead about it, or like upset him or anything like that, because you have to remember that this is a younger person, like, and I tell you what, that would, if I was, even if that was me back then, and I was playing with somebody older like that, and they, like, that would have really bummed me out too. And like, definitely them just saying, fuck off, noob, or I'm not playing with some little punk at, like, that would even make it 10 times worse. So to have somebody be nice about it and explain it to them, in plain English, where they ought to be able to understand, even if they may not fully get everything. They should pretty much understand that it's a simple thing of adults with adults, easy. I mean, hell, even fucking younger people grasp that concept, or should. I mean, and all these channels, and I'm getting crucified and persecuted over by people like 80 and other people, uh, for promoting and reacting and supporting, donating. Like, I've donated a bunch of money through their chat on certain special live events I went to. I didn't stream them or nothing at the time, because I don't want fucking trolls following me over places like that and doing shit. But I've donated money to Skeeter, to Gordon, and to Oma, all three of them, because all three of them are doing fucking important fucking work. You cannot deny that. Like I get some people like, but see, a lot of y'all get fucking way too caught up and focused. Number one, like it's like the only thing you can't keep your mind off of the fact is that usually with that type of content they're gonna go through and read a chat log and stuff. That can be skipped. You don't necessarily have to watch that part or listen to the fucking chat log if you don't want to hear the gross ass things. And trust me, I don't like fucking listening to the chat log really. I do not at all. Like I cringe and sometimes will skip forward. Like whenever I'm watching fucking repeat of TCAP episodes with Chris Hansen or something, I like I scream and cut through when he's reading back to them some of the disgusting shit that they've said and tried to push on the decoy. I don't like it at all. I mean, it's I don't even like to hear and like I don't want to think about it. I don't want to contemplate it. None of that shit. So I get if people don't like those parts, and that's what they don't like about it. But to turn around and automatically say I'm a weirdo and I like watching and listening to that shit, that's fucking bullshit. The only thing I like to watch and see on it is when they get fucking confronted and when they fucking get confronted again by the police and get put in handcuffs. That is what I'm living for and sitting there waiting for and going through the rest of it to get through to that. Yeah, I can do it sometime, and at other times, if I've seen or watched a lot lately or something, you know what? I'm not watching and listening through the fucking chat log part. I don't need to hear like you see one or a couple catches, almost like you haven't seen every single one, but you've seen a good majority of what a lot of them look like, and so there's no need to sit there and repeatedly listen to what the next guy they catch or the next guy or the next part or the next woman. There's no need to listen to what they've said to the decoy back and forth and stuff because obviously it's some fucking perverse shit. And I mean, if you scream at that and cringe at it, I mean, you're healthy. I mean, you should. That's a fucking healthy response, is what that is. Because, I mean, there is so many predators, it seems like, that is being turned up on the teacher front. First, you've got the law and crime teacher front. They're fucking coming out with another damn teacher getting caught nearly every other month, it seems like. Mostly females, mostly hooking up either with lower high school grade kids or even younger than that, which is just fucking weird. Like, I would have thought, some people would have thought and call it a biased type of thinking or whatever. I don't know what's responsible for thinking this way, but it would have been my first thought to think that if some women teachers are being caught up and having inappropriate relationships in schools, it's in the high schools and it's got to do with like not that old of a teacher, end up probably with like from a sophomore to a senior. Like, I mean, which is still wrong. It's still wrong, unconsensual, and is basically great, for the teacher. But still, you would think, like, I mean, it's just weird to think that. I mean, if some of these high school and different teachers and females that have been caught, you've seen them like Brittany Zamora. She was one. All right. Don't get me wrong, she's a fucking chomo right now. She's convicted. She's in prison. But still, before she was convicted, when people first saw her, they could not. it blew their mind. Like, out of all the people out there that she could have went, found someone to cheat on with or whatever. I mean, she was married, number one. Number two, I mean, she wasn't even like with somebody in high school. Like, she was with somebody in grade school. Like, I mean, that shit just is fucking insane. I don't understand. Like, there's some type of power differential or, you know, gratification through being some, you know, more older, experienced person. Like I mean, they've got some sick fucking problem in their head to where that is it. I mean, that's how you know it has to be a perversion, because a normal mind could never, you know, you could never sit there, any of us, and contemplate like and have come to that shit, and actually come to some fucking realization or thought like that. There's just no fucking way. I couldn't even pretend to imagine what somebody like that, like, I wouldn't even want to if I even could, but I know there's no way I could, because like I'm just not okay. If somebody said, well, do you want to know um, what these type of people experience and go through, like, to understand? No, the fuck I do not. Because if I have to, even myself, even if it's just mentally, like, I don't even want to touch, I don't even want to begin to, like, that's fucked up. But that, I'm sorry, but if you ask me, there's an easy cure for that shit. Cause see, this isn't the old fucking ancient times anymore, where you know, people in power get to have their way and have slaves and take. I mean, they even had children as slaves and stuff. Some people in the, if I'm not mistaken, the Romans and stuff. You know, I mean, just like I tell you all this. Here's something on a lighter note, a little bit more funny, because I'm getting tired of even talking about that crazy shit. What needs to happen is there needs to be a set of laws governing that stuff. It's real simple. If you get caught up doing it, uh, and it may seem extreme, whatever, but I'm sorry, but no, like, you need to go. You need to let God sort you out. You know, sorry about it either. I don't know why. I'm like, just the way it needs to be. Because we've got things like the Epstein Island thing, and you got that Pizzagate crap, and we got all these explosion of thread catcher channels and programs. You know what that says? That says basically that the problem has only kept growing and spreading, and their little system of dealing with it, with their making them go to be locked up and go to state facilities and counseling and stuff, and then eventually letting them get out and stuff. I don't think it's working. Thankfully, we have people, even if they're some type of criminals, they help dispatch and get rid of as many as they can, so you don't have to worry about them getting out. Because the only way they're coming out is on a stretcher to go to the grave. Hey, Brownie, come on. I'm gonna end up giving you a dentist stick tonight, okay, buddy? And we gotta brush your teeth, and we gotta do your nails. Yes, we do. Hey, you're gonna be going to the groomers. We're gonna take you there, okay? Just a couple of days. Yes, sir. Yes, we are. Yes, we are. You're such a good boy. You were such a good boy today when we went. I took you over to my client's house, which we don't do that all the time, but they wanted you. They wanted to see you, so I took you over there today. You got to see them. You got to play with another dog. You meet them. And then when we got done with that, what did we do? We went and we got my hair cut, and you went with Daddy to that. I drove me and you over there. I got to take the car, and we drove over to Crothersville, and we got my hair cut. And he was a good boy, and he sat down and lay down and stayed at his spot that I told him to while I got my hair washed and cut. Nobody had to hold his leash or anything. He stayed right where I told him to, didn't move an inch. He kept his eye on me, though. He would not let me out of his sight. Like, if I tried to get him to sit and stay in a spot that would obscure his vision from being able to see me, it's not that he wouldn't stay down like I told him, but he would scoot over until he could see me more clearly. Like, because unlike what some people want to think and talk shit and say, he really is a psychiatric service dog. Like, he is trained to not, he does not want to let me out of his sight. That's like why whenever that other dog comes around and does his bullshit and gets jealous, be trying to take attention away and get in between me and Brownie, Brownie will immediately go up between my legs, up underneath me or underneath my chair, wherever I'm at, and he will just lock down. Like, he won't be sitting or what, he'll be standing up, but he'll be locked. He'll be standing up and locked in that position. And he will just sit there and he will just watch, and he'll watch that other dog. And if he keeps trying to come over, he'll try to move Brownie out the way and get up underneath me too. And Brownie just pushes him right back over and stays right where he's at. Like, he doesn't let him push him. Normally he can push Brownie down, but whenever Brownie wants to stay locked up and stay what he's at, doing what he's doing, he can't push him down. Crazy though, and a miracle. And I tell you what, this AI app I found today, for the phone, this phone app is pretty damn good because I've been able to, I've updated the membership badges on here to a little bit better, more high quality resolution emojis that I created myself with AI. And so I put those in, and those are, added, and I might end up doing just 2 more and leave the rest as is. But yeah, I want to do some updates with that. I wanted to let people know that what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to start trying to make a goal where I do at least 1 short form video a day and 1 or 2 shorts of some type. And sometimes they'll be traditional shorts, like shot with just the YouTube app, and other times they'll be uploaded videos that are really shorts, not that long. They might not be registered as an actual short form video, but they'll be short form videos. That's what I'm going to do. I mean, a lot of these guys don't care, there's some like that was Fusion. Just for instance, take for an example, Mr. Fusion TV, right? This guy, I'm 31, of course, right? Going on 32. And I know, all I know is that he's what? Let me look at this piece of paper real quick. Okay, so 1979. My brother was born in 89, and he's 5 years older than me, so that puts him at 37. And you would be 10 years on top of that, so that'd be 15. So 15 years. So we'll do 10, that'd be 41. You might as well say 42. And then another 5. So, okay, so if my calculations are correct, like Fusion should be like 46, 47-ish, somewhere around there. So that's the comparison of age difference. Now, I know I've harped on this, and they always shrug it off like it's no big deal, but it kind of is. Like, just try to look at it from not my perspective. I mean, it's my perspective, but it's not my sole perspective. Like, it's derived from logic and reason, and I'll explain. If he's 46, 47, and I'm my age, that means when he was a freaking, like, I don't even know if when he was a senior in high school, no, I wouldn't even been in school yet, still yet, not even at a pre-K kindergarten. So, he is double my age, all right? And he pretended, like, in a wolf's in sheep's clothing, pretended to be a friend at first, just like Ghost of Shadows did. They all pulled the little buddy troll technique. Pretend to be your friend, do everything, positive until up to a certain point start slowly not doing as much, and then just stop, cut off completely. And then when something pops off, do something that shows like that's completely opposite of what you've normally done to get everybody to be, surprised, and get me to be like, what the fuck are you doing? So that when I finally come to you or see you again later on, or you pop up somewhere, then you reveal, then your big reveal, like, you've been trolled. You know, you really thought I was your friend? Like, you've been buddy trolled, my good sir. Like, you know, well, why the fuck did you dox? Like, but I guess, it wouldn't have been as good of a convincing and pull the rug out from underneath you buddy troll if not for providing some real deal stuff. Because without it, he wouldn't have been able to establish the trust that he built up on fake pretenses just to tear down later. That's what it boils down to. Exactly. I mean, it just don't give a shit. I mean, not at all. And I'll tell you, the issue that I have with a lot of these people is the disrespect and stuff that they throw towards the look. And if you want to call these online groups and stuff vigilantes, you're more than welcome to do so. That's your opinion. That's your freedom of speech, God-given right. The fact is, though, the term vigilante compared to what they do is not the same, because a vigilante would not take care of handling each of these incidents as careful as possible, so that when the police arrive on scene, the police can take over and collect the evidence, and the evidence won't be compromised, case won't be compromised. If they just do certain things differently, wrong, I mean, that is why they're free to go. That's why you cannot hold them. Like, they obviously use a little uh, mentalism and techniques, psychological techniques to try to keep the person engaged and talking until the cops get there. But at the end of the day, if they start to walk off, like, you could trail them, follow them with a camera, and keep trying to say stuff to them, but they can't put their hands on them. They can't. If they do anything like that, you might as well just, be giving him a get out of jail free card, because once that happens, they're not going to touch that case. The police won't. So if they assault dude or whatever, and I imagine the people there that probably are seething with anger and hate and are right there inches away from the dude, not being able to do anything because you actually want to try to get him prosecuted. That's a tough position to be in. Like, I imagine them guys must have some really good self-control. I tell you what, because slowest of low, man, slowest form of low. And we were talking about this guy that I knew. He's in prison right now. He was driving one night, and he probably had a couple to drink or something. He was in recovery and, was following the program, but he was in recovery not just for weed and regular old pain pills and stuff, which that was kind of a part of it too. But his main thing was crank. speed, Yeah, he smoked meth, but you would never tell it. Like this dude, he wasn't a user long enough to where he had any adverse really effects, at least not yet, that haven't shown up. But here's the thing. He's muscular built, kind of filled out. Uh, Good genes, His mother, unfortunately, had passed away, and him and his sister were kind of left to raise themselves there at the end of their high school years. Their dad had issues too and wasn't, you know, medically good. So, I mean, it was real tough on him. But, you know, dude initially worked, in lawn uh, lawn care and landscaping and stuff for this company over in the other town over that my friends worked at, and they basically, that company has nearly almost all of the responsibility of businesses in certain places, different things to cut. That's their business, and they've got several riding lawnmowers and everything else. And he was working for them, and then he got a job at the factory and stuff. But last I heard, he was driving, and one night he must have, was a little bit off the wagon a bit. You know, I don't believe he had gotten back up on the crank, but he definitely substituted, for something he probably saw as the lesser evil, which was drinking or something. And so he done that, and as a result, when he was going down this road that was, keep in mind, this road has no middle line, but obviously there's supposed to be two sides on the road, basically. And he was coming down one side, but kind of veered over a little bit to the left, and so basically was riding kind of like right down the middle of this road. And it's one of them small roads where when you're in a truck like he was, if you were to kind of get in the middle of it and drive straight down while in the middle of it, most of your right side's going to take up and be mostly over on all on the right side where you should be driving, and then the left is going to be on the opposite left side, and I mean, you're almost eating up the whole road basically. So, and he's just kind of cruising like that. And a lot of people probably would drive like that down that road, especially late at night like that when they don't think no one's out there because, I mean, why not? Uh, I mean, a lot of the times people, you do it to avoid potholes, people will follow and move over and get into the basically the opposite lane, but not forever and not stay there, but just enough time to get all over past a bump or something and then swerve back into the right lane. But I mean, it wasn't like that. And, I mean, it just, he fucking hit somebody. He straight up ran over, hit somebody, and they got knocked to the point where they fell and rolled over down into the ditch. And he did not stop or nothing. He just kept going. And then later on, they said the next morning he got up and he went back down there and he stopped and got out and looked over in the ditch. And then he got back in his truck and he left back, went back home, never called the police or nothing. So his story was that he thought he might have hit a dog or something, but he didn't see anything initially that late at night. So he went by there later to check that morning. But once he realized and saw that that was a human being that he had actually hit, that's lying in that ditch, not moving and breathing. He should have called the police immediately while he was still standing there and parked there and not left or moved an inch until they got there. Not saying that he still wouldn't have maybe gotten in trouble, but damn sure wouldn't have been as bad as a hit and run and then leaving the scene of the accident and returning. Like, you can't do all, like, I mean, and that's exactly what I got told. They said, you know, if he had just, if he had, when he went back there to check where he could see what it was, when he had went back and he saw it was a human, if he had made the call, uh, you know, if he was screwed up and, you know, they might, on a technicality of if he was screwed up, like under the influence, like he might get charged with vehicular manslaughter or something like that, you know, but it wouldn't have been like vehicular, like hit and run. And then, man, like, I think he ended up getting charged with not manslaughter, but basically hit and run and like some type of felony murder because, I mean, he found out and realized that he had hit a human being and then he tried to, you know, ran away from it. But see, the thing is, there's a water tower right down the road, all the way down at the end of that road, right by our rec center. And the police and city, they have cameras set up on that thing and they go all around, and they're the type of cameras that you can't really even see, like not even pretty up close with your own binoculars. Like they're kind of innocuous. But those cameras, anyways, they give just about a 360-degree view all around that structure, which is, of course, over to the rec center, to across the grocery store, across towards the end of the street where the intersection is, and then back down all the way down that road that goes to the country road, which is where he hit that guy at. And they were able to see him drive down there, uh, initially hit him, and you know, the thing is, if he had stopped and tried to look after initially hitting him in the evening, it would have been a lot better too, but he didn't. He just kept going. Like, he stopped for a second, looked outside, like flashed, and then flashed his lights back, and then just kept on driving. So he, right there, that was hit and run. All right. Then he returned back to the scene later the next morning, early in the morning. He visually confirmed by getting out that there's a human being in the ditch. Once again, he's presented with the opportunity. He can call 911 and report it. He doesn't. He gets back in his truck and he drives back off, goes back home, whatever. Then some poor fucking kids walking around that decide to go through the ditch because the ditch was dry at the time happened to stumble across the dead person, and they call the police. And from then on, the investigation started, and that's later on when they got it on the video and stuff. Yeah. And what sucks is that he wasn't a close friend of mine or my brother's, but he was a friend. And I say that he was a friend in the sense that, like, yeah, I just got a notice on my phone. Hold on, guys. But yeah, that was crazy, guys. We might have a tornado. We just got a tornado warning advisory that's in effect for a little bit till technically 1:30. But no, he was a pretty decent guy, and he never tried to get me to do anything crazy or take advantage of me. He is actually there for me. And his mom was a real good person, and they used to have a restaurant. Restaurant they had was called Womble on In. Kind of a silly name, it seems like, but yeah. Hey, K fam, how you doing? I'm doing pretty good. How about you? Yeah. Okay, well, I must have added a little bit different or wrong on his age, but that's still a pretty big difference in age, even if I overestimated or calculated. Here's the other thing, though. Nick was at least not a dummy to the point that he I just don't know, like he never really had any major troubles, like not like other than I think the only thing he had ever gotten in trouble for was like a DUI before. So it was crazy to see that happen to him, and that you know I imagine, of course, he didn't intend for any of that to happen. It was late, and no lights on that road. Maybe perhaps he didn't have his lights really fully on. Didn't see him, hit him, didn't mean to. Checked, come back later, found out, yeah, it's a person. Oh shit, panicked, left, didn't say anything, and completely sealed their fate, though. Oh yeah, we've got a tornado warning here. And see, we had one of the worst tornadoes happen in 2004. It attacked our school, damaged a lot of properties and stuff. Even my old cousin's house it damaged. Okay, hold on, pit bulls. Who the fuck is Tits on Fire, and why are they sniping me? and I carry me a little.
No, I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you
We're at the backup channel. The Owl's Reckoning, division of Square Media Company, division of the Canine News Entertainment. Oh, Justice Julie decided to abuse and use the YouTube system to put something.
Fucking music is terrible. This is a map of Minnesota. Now, if you look, you'll see.
AD had me on the phone,
you,
and he said that he put it on live.
Maybe it's more country. Like up here, it gets kind of country. As you go up north, it gets more country, kind of. And then it gets like, you can tell over here, this is all farm. I said, Snaggy, just leave my wife out of it. I said, leave my kids out of it. Nope. He wouldn't do it. He refused. Kept harassing my wife. Kept harassing my fucking family. Yeah. Yeah, you cannot be a weirdo and harass grown adults, dude. And think nothing's going to happen, bro. Like, dude, I'll ask nicely. Hey, people have, doxed me. They've done shit, but they don't really harass my family. Once you pick up that fucking phone and you start harassing my family, you'll be in court so fast, your head will spin. I don't agree with that shit. Like, that's wild.
Oh, you don't, but you ain't had no people to me. The reason why I've never done anything like that to you, AD, is because I'm not like that. Despite what all these people want to pretend and go around and claim and say. But I told you that somebody did drop me a bunch of the stuff in my lap. And, I wouldn't even bother your significant other or anything like that. Like, I wouldn't do that to begin with. But, I mean, people probably hoped that I might if they gave me the info and stuff.
It's one thing to make a video about somebody on the internet, react to their video, do all that. But bro, there's certain shit I don't play, dude. I'm grown as fuck.
No, you're grown as fuck, huh?
Bro,
I'm grown as fuck too, but I had people violated.
I could walk to this motherfucker. Dude, by the time I'll light up a joint, like I could ride my bike. Look at how close it is, dude. And if I were to drive, all I gotta do, I gotta go up here. I gotta go up here, right here, up here. Here with felonies for Minnesota. They might just say, you know what? Fucking send them. We'll pay to get them. We'll pay to get them. What he doesn't understand is he was pranking. He thought it'd be cute. He thought it would be cute to prank the fucking jail and cops in the police station and prank all these people. He thought it'd be funny. How stupid could you be? Honestly, to sit and prank government officials.
I don't know. You supported people like Jonathan and JM and them, and they fucking basically used them to troll me. They might not have trolled them per se, but they used them to troll me.
Over and over. Can you believe it? I fucking can't. Who does that, bro? Oh, 911 to somebody's house 20 times. You're fucking retarded, dude. That is fucking retarded. And he's like, oh, they won't do nothing. They believe me. They're like, bro, I just got done watching you live and you're playing Skyrim and chilling. I didn't see that you wanted to kill yourself. So you're basically abusing 911 services. Of course they want to see you for that. They have it all, dude. You think this fucking district attorney or whoever's going after you doesn't have a case? You're going to go to jail 10 feet from my house, bro. If you come here, you're going to get found guilty. Hey, Snaggy, if you make that trip, they're going to lock you up, bro. Because you fucked up. I tried to warn you. Dude, I record everything. When people start threatening me and threatening my kids.
All right, and just remember this, AD. I've told you, and I've recorded you and reported you already, calling me a pedo and all this crazy crap, which I can say on this channel, pedo. So yeah, I mean, I love now. I'm not gonna be able to get you up on no criminal charges unless you do some crazy shit or something. But still, you know, that big old house that's just big and bad, and all that good weed you smoke, and just the best money and the best big checks that you get every month and all that. You know, I can't wait to get my cut of that shit, bro. That's what I can't wait for.
I'm gonna document every bit of it.
Because I'm gonna fucking garnish not all you check, I'm sure. They wouldn't let me do that, but I'm gonna garnish some of your wages, definitely. I mean, and you can say, oh, I don't have wages. You're right, you got a retirement from the Army, you know, same thing. But your check, you know, what you get paid.
I just am. Make stupid threats. Make sure you use your voice too. That's the best way. When you're on lives and threatening my family, oh, when it's obviously you. Bro, they got your picture up here because you're like.
Is he really being a crimey victim right now?
You threatening
my family? You going after my family? What about my family, motherfucker? What about all the other people's family you supported these trolls go
I don't know if you know
after?
this or not.
What the fuck makes your family so goddamn special?
The community knows I'm 100% permanent and total combat veteran, a well-respected member of the community. I go to the parades, I go to the events, I know the people in the community, I'm friendly to the neighbors.
I know, and swears not, even though I am.
Well-respected member of this community. So is my wife.
Your wife is a dent. Well, okay. Never mind. Don't want to do that or say that. I ain't trying to do that to AD. That's why I don't understand about AD's fucking animosity.
I think you're untouchable.
Is it like I catch myself just like right then? I almost fucking,
if it's on the internet, over the phone,
you know, talk too much about his relative, like, and I'm not even trying to do that shit.
Then keep calling the cops and wasting their time.
If I was, then I would just do it.
As part of your harassment, to try and get me like in trouble for something, when it's false, you falsely reported. That's what they're gonna nail.
Well, if they're gonna nail him for false reporting, they're gonna nail Brooke for false reporting too. Just
I have a feeling they're gonna add
you wait.
come up. I don't know if they can do that.
I'm working on it in the background
I have a feeling
because she is not gonna get away from costing me that much money and thinks that it's just gonna be a ha 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 laughing matter, and we'll just all go on down the yellow brick road together.
On a live, and the evidence showed that that's not true. Then you did it multiple times. Yeah, I don't think they're too happy.
What's gonna be funny is AD is sitting here griping about being so-called swatted and shit by Snaggy, which if it's true, I mean it's messed up. Don't get me wrong. Like I'm not saying he ain't got no grievance, but he would be laughing when it happened to me. That's the hypocrisy, or the hypocrisy, as Dagburn would say. That's the hypocrisy.
Fuck, dude. You know, there's some people in life that you just don't fuck with.
I know, and you'd be one of them people, wouldn't you, AD?
And I'm that motherfucker.
Oh yeah, you're that motherfucker.
Don't fuck with me.
So am I.
When you threaten kids and a woman, you're barking up the wrong tree. Especially when they're my kids and my wife. Saying you're gonna go to daycare.
I would never threaten your kids or your
got
woman,
that on record too.
Like Snaggy's stupid for doing that shit and low and fucked
so you're gonna
up.
sneak into my kids' daycare. Now you're scaring my kids, putting fear into them.
Well, hold on, bro. How are they gonna know that unless you fucking tell them? No offense, but I just gotta look at that from a logical perspective. Like he can't. he can't
Holy shit.
he can't interact with them unless you
Just
give
remember, folks,
him
be careful what
the
you're fucking running your mouth
opportunity
about.
to, and unless you're
Because,
gonna
although we
repeat
live
what
in a
he
great
says
country,
to them. Like,
you're
come
no
on,
fake
man.
PTSD from your fucking goddamn combat. I'm not buying that shit neither, faggot. Nah.
All right, see, there's the faggot
I have every
word.
bit of
See
free
right
speech because
there.
guess what? The case has nothing to do with me, except for the fact that I'm the victim. And really,
Oh
fucking
yeah,
attorney
you're the victim.
that's coming after you already
I'm the
has all the
victim,
evidence.
AD.
Phone calls,
I'm
fucking
Matthew, and
threatening,
I'm the
fucking harassing.
victim.
And so Snaggy says, AD, you cannot talk about this right now. You're breaking the agreement. That's what he keeps saying, which makes me want to go live because I am beholden to no muzzle on my fucking mouth. I fought for my freedom to fucking get gab. And until a judge tells me otherwise, I can say what I want to say. I'm not threatening nobody. I'm not harassing nobody. I'm making a YouTube video which falls in the terms of service of YouTube.
Yeah, but guess what? You can't be calling people pedos when they're not pedos or
Public has a right
murderers.
to know that this man is an absolute menace. He degrades women,
Oh.
harasses them, calls them, abuses them, in drunken rages.
We'll
People need to
fucking
worry
put it
about
out there on
this. You're gonna fly
Snaggy
off and
then.
shoot somebody. For sure. He drinks and drives every day.
He drinks and drives every day.
The guy just absolute menace to society.
Menace
And
to
anybody seeing
society.
this and or if law enforcement is watching, I'm being honest with you. He drinks.
Oh, I'm the biggest hypocrite on YouTube. Oh, well, I guess maybe I am. At least I ain't the biggest hypocrisy.
A gallon of vodka a fucking day. And then he hops in his car because he can't buy a carton of cigarettes for some reason. I used to buy cartons. Nope, he's got to drink and drive every day to go hit on the 19-year-old fucking gas station attendant. And he's
Oh,
40.
shit. Brownie, you better come on, go to the bathroom outside before it gets too bad.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, Brownie.
Yeah. Well, look.
Come on.
Watch this.
It's windy. Come on.
He's got to go.
Hurry up.
He's got to
Let's go, buddy.
1,400 miles.
There you go.
Look. Oh, these aren't false claims, dude. My wife's got all the evidence, dude. Stacked on this motherfucker. She saved everything. Got to go from here. He's got to go. I don't know. I think he lives somewhere over here. I don't even know where he lives. I don't care. The point of the fact is,
I thought fucking old Matt was a big old bad troll.
Bro, so he's charged with like 2 felonies and a misdemeanor. And if he don't go, if he doesn't come all the way up here, look it, he's got to come right next to me, dude. Look, here's my house right here. Right here. I just have to go out, go over here, and look at how close it is, dude. That's where I got to go. And I don't even have to go, but I'm going to be there. Why wouldn't I? Look at how close it is.
He's going to be taking YouTube videos, y'all.
Guilty, they're going to put him in this jail. And like I said, they got a stack of evidence, dude. They told us that. All the threatening calls, all the threatening, menacing stuff, all the clips, video clips, bro. If he goes, I don't see how he can win. Just being honest with you. I don't see how bro, you cannot harass.
He gets a good lawyer.
Over and over and over.
It's called a plea deal.
You cannot do it, dude. Bro, he called the cops.
But yeah, he's fucked.
I live right here. The fucking cops just come wheedling down. They chill right here, bro. And we just talk. We just talk.
How could you see you talking to the cops, AD?
Look how green my yard is, though, compared to the neighbors. Look at that shit. Whoop, you can see the line.
I swear, everything this motherfucker's got to say out of the side of his mouth is, oh, look how better my shit is than theirs. Look how greener my grass is to the neighbors.
Did you see the video?
Bruh, why do you always have to brag on every fucking thing? It's like a fucking tick of yours. You gotta brag about every fucking thing you got. Next thing you're gonna be saying is fucking hell. I got the best fucking shoes ever. I got the best fucking. God dang.
What he tried to do was intimidate me off the internet, and he's still trying to do it, saying I cannot talk about any of this. Well, guess what, motherfucker? Nobody told me I can't talk about this. Now, if a judge says, shut the fuck up about it, I'll shut the fuck up, dude. But I know my freedom of speech.
It would be a little smart though that you don't give away all your cards to the case out and say what the prosecutors told you so the defendant can fucking listen. Just a fucking, suggestion.
Bad.
Because that could be bad for the case.
Okay, good for you.
Because he could get a lawyer that fucking goes and tries to argue like, well, this person says that he's scared and upset and all this, but here he is on YouTube, making content out of it. Like, you never know what they could try to do.
Brothers.
Now, that might not happen, so I don't know.
He claims his crown in the kingdom of pain. Court day, looming marches marking his page. A tornado in books fueled by liquor and rage. Call the sheriff, call the crew, I'll make it rain. Snaggy claims his crown in the kingdom of pain. Court day, looming marches marking his page. A tornado in books fueled by liquor and rage. Heavy with warrants, yet he plays his own tune. A country tavern cowboy who howls at the moon. Fist ball tight, just a saying in his game. But karma's got a warrant calling his name.
Damn, was that about Snaggy? I ain't even seen that dude Snaggy in a minute. I didn't know he was still around, this motherfucker. And AD's got a beef with him? Still currently? That's fucking crazy. Snaggy, why'd you have to go and threaten Miss AD and the little ADs and shit, bro? You can't do that, bro. Like, you gonna fucking bring the goddamn tiger up out of AD, which, he's got all right to do. Shit, you can't be fucking going after the Cubs and shit. Bro, what's wrong with you, bro? Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, usually fucking I'm on the opposite side of AD, but shit, on this one I can't help but be on his side. I mean, I will say this though, this would be a good time for AD to learn that if you're gonna be on here and be somebody that, because I mean it's just facts. Like, AD got a big ass mouth. If you're gonna be on some here and be like that, like, just be expecting and be ready that people can do fucked up shit like this. Like, don't mean it's right. I'm not fucking endorsing it, but at the same fucking time, like, oh shit. See, it's kind of like getting all still right now, and the fucking air is like slowing down, and there's like a hint of warmness in the air being pushed around too. Like, this is fucking perfect weather for a fucking tornado.
Bam's gone. My mic on? Bam's gone.
We do not need a fucking tornado.
All right.
Please, Lord.
Bam's gone. So, right here, Snag, I see you in chat. Nobody's in for a reckoning. Nobody's in for a reckoning. You see, bud, I have what you call freedom of speech. You didn't like my freedom of speech, so you started going a little too far, I think some would say. And so you have, I would say,
but hold on.
1,400
The
miles
fact
of travel.
that you're saying that Snaggy went too far means that you do acknowledge that you can go too far, and some speech is not free because it's,
Remember when you told my
especially
wife,
when it's
Miss AD,
threatening
I'll call
or
back
threatening to cause harm to others.
and come to you.
There goes you an example that shows you that your speech is not 100% free.
That's how adult life works, bud.
Like,
Maybe
the founding fathers even wrote about how freedom of speech,
rah, rah, rah.
while a necessary freedom, is something that needs to be respected
Fucking kill your whole family.
and not misused, basically.
Talk like that.
So they even knew
You don't
that
get to
that
call
stuff
the
could be
cops.
abused.
They said you called the cops multiple times, and they have all the recordings because it was deemed to be a false prank call.
Uh,
So you
if that's true, Snaggy, you're fucked.
911 emergency services? Dude, I don't know what's going on. This is the state going against you, bud, for felonies. Like, are you just too far in the bottle to realize this is even happening? I warned you 100 times. Please leave my wife and kids alone. Please. My wife had to pay to change her number. It's not fair, dude. I would never do that to somebody. Ever. That is grimy, illegal shit.
Well, I'm glad you fucking finally realized and are taking that stand, AD. Now you realize what the fuck I've been through.
And there will be. You're going to have to answer here next week. So we'll see you there. I'll be there. We'll see how tough you are then.
You know how many times I fucking have changed my number?
We'll see.
Too many to fucking count.
I just got to walk right here. I just got to walk out of here. Come right over here. Oh, look at that. Just a couple 100 feet. By the time I'm finished smoking a joint, it'll be a nice little stroll. Show up. We'll see you there, bud. We'll see you there. Now, you got to come quite a ways. Are you going to fly or drive? You're going to fly or drive, bud? Oh, do you think? Oh, I know what you think. The county attorney pressed charges without evidence. They have no evidence, right, Snaggy? Yeah. Keep thinking that. Keep thinking that, dude. They have no evidence. You're going to walk into that courtroom and find out fucking they got so much shit on you for harassing me and my family. Your goddamn head's going to spin. You and your lawyer will have no rebuttal, no case. And really, I think this is just a preliminary hearing for you to answer to the charges and present your case. Do you think that the fucking attorney of Isanti, attorney general, would fucking press the charges if they didn't think that they had a case? Fuck no, dude. Fuck no, they wouldn't. They wouldn't waste their fucking time. What, drag you all the way up here just to waste your time? Nah, bro.
That if the state charging you or what have you, and not anonymous dude or his wife, you're fucked. Because when the state picks something up like that, that basically means they don't need a human witness, if that's the case. Because that's what'll happen a lot of times. They'll want to prosecute a case at first, or somebody might, then they change their mind because they don't want to testify against them. But if the case is strong enough and there's enough evidence that can be convicted without the needed testimony of the victim or a family member of the defendant, then they will use that evidence for sure, and not even bother trying to get people to testify, and that's basically the state picking it up. Like, I could start to charge somebody on something from myself, meaning that I signed to have the charges filed, and then a day could pass and I might decide, you know what, I'm gonna rescind it. I don't want to do it. I don't want to go through with it. I just don't want to have to go through that mess. I try to go up there and you know, recancel, renew on the charges, and they tell me, you know, it's essentially will tell you it's too late for that if they want. You know, just a lot of people just don't seem to care anymore. I know that when we had that tornado in 2004, my father and I were doing karate lessons at the time at the rec center, and we got out, got in the vehicle, the truck, and he drove us out towards the country area, and we ended up stopping, and he had me get out the truck with him, and we went and we kind of took cover in a ditch a little bit of ways from where we parked the truck up the hill somewhat. And it shaked and everything. Luckily, it didn't turn over or anything, but it got real messy and windy. And we ended up being lucky enough to miss completely the actual tornado that went through the town, because it started developing about the end of that first little thing that we had. And then by that time, that's when we got into the vehicle back, and we took the back way back home to our town. But by the time we get there, we're finding out that Carruthers, been ripped through by a tornado, and we assumed that what we felt, must have been the buildup to it, and it more than likely was. But my dad was quick thinking that we just ended up getting out of there as fast as we could. We wasn't completely safe, but we were safer than if we had stayed in town, because town got screwed up. I mean, the whole damn school was freaking obliterated practically. Whole houses. My cousin's house was flatlined. Took the high school gymnasium and main auditorium and stuff. Like, all that had to be rebuilt. But 5 years later, I ended up getting to take what's her name to prom there. And that wasn't even my prom. My prom came later on. but I was technically the escort date for her prom there. I think it's quite ironic the fact that, well, you know, we have people like, for instance, I really only like to name him, but MC, who I have tried to keep his name and anything to do with him out of my mouth and vocabulary. Not out of fear, more so out of respect. A respect and an understanding that I thought we would eventually get to the point that we didn't talk about or mention one another or would have to feel the need to anymore. Um, he claims that he has tried to do that, and I fall short, but, the only thing I could say to that is instead of arguing about it, because obviously I don't agree fully on that, but is to, try it again at least once more, because I guarantee you a lot of people haven't seen and noticed uh, the newer version of me, and that's fine. But the fact of the matter is, I'm you know, I'm not like I used to be in a lot of ways at all. Period. People in chat don't bother me whether they are blocked or aren't. It's about a mix. A lot of them aren't blocked. A lot of them are. Regardless, though, whether I see them or don't, I'm able to ignore them if I want to. If I don't have any reason to talk to them. Certain people talked about like raping me and stuff and taping it and stuff and crap like that. And they're trying to slither around like hoping to try to upset me and say these sly things here and there. And they're not. I mean, they can try that, but that's kind of desperate on their end because they were the big macho Mister always going around talking about like I'm on, you gonna be 5150, you gonna be this, you gonna be that, we gonna drag you outside and beat you in the head over with a baseball bat looking ass, like, I mean, that's the type of shit this person would normally just come straight out and be saying. So I don't really get the whole putting themselves on a leash bit and trying to make little side jabs, but for the rest of the part, mainly coming off and appearing to act like they're neutral or nice and not hostile. But of course they are. I mean, they're straight up, you know, without a doubt, freaking hostile. But at the same time, I mean, it's not bothering me to the point that, like, I'm gonna flip out or demand, like, I can't have all these certain characters here. Like, I'm not gonna be like that. Uh, there are some exceptions and stuff on certain things, but luckily I don't have to say much about that. And on some of them, they've been actually taking care of themselves simply because they can't respect other people's chat. They can't respect uh, the fact that this person has been getting to know me on their own and wants to, figure things out for themselves, which is normally how most people want to do things. And, I can tell you this, I don't know where this rumor came from. Picking up. But supposedly, yeah, like I'm difficult to work with, but only if I'm needed to be in a position to where I'm receiving instruction and like commands or orders versus giving them. And I say, you know, okay, perhaps there could be some truth to that. Like I'm not going to be closed minded and say it's wrong, but at the same time, like I have no problem uh, being a part of a group effort or team effort to get something done versus being like the foreman or whatever else and like not doing a whole lot myself besides directing people to do stuff and then taking the credit. I mean, the other one just doesn't seem as honorable, but I mean, that's just my observation. Um, I just think that, you know, no matter what people end up choosing to do or settling on doing, they're going to ultimately go with what they feel in their heart is the right thing and move and choice to make and go. And I don't think I can fault them for that. Sure don't. Oh, me. Here comes the wind. You know, this reminds me of it's kind of like one of those stories that has a meaning. All the time out. every time it was time for the mystical turtle to be fed. The turtle would eat whatever he felt like he needed, and the rest he would stash away. Knowing sometimes there's droughts and different things of that nature. So he ended up amassing quite a collection of food. Well, they had no issue um, trying to act as if, you know, yeah, they could leave him, of course, that actually specific person behind. But you gotta wonder. I think if anything, definitely supposedly they're trying to reintroduce the woolly mammoth. That's right, with DNA reconstructed from supposed fossilized embryos and different other ways they got the DNA. And they're trying to do it by the end of this year. And what it is by using a certain type of breed of elephant as a surrogate to be the carrier for the woolly mammoth to birth it and stuff like that. Like that's how they're planning on trying to do it. It's freaking crazy. The reason why they're wanting to do it though is because they said that they could be very good for the environment of the Arctic and help take back the Arctic and help keep the permafrost and global warming from advancing any worse because the mammoths will help keep ice and the snow and stuff compacted, and it's a little past my understanding to be able to under explain, but essentially that's what it's about. Oh, sorry, Brian. Our tornado sirens are going off here, guys. Man evading my ass. I tell you what. Oh, if I'm so-called ban evading, there's a bunch of people then that so-called ban evading, but I again deny and refute such allegations. Because if I was doing such a thing, guess what? Well, I'll put it to you this way. I would not be wasting my time arguing with a bunch of trolls and stuff and refuting and debunking stupid allegations that they've been making. It can make my channel look even worse. But I don't give shit because, like I said, this was not all important from the beginning. I care now. You know why I care now? Because guess what? That was a long ass journey. And I didn't ask for these extra 400 to 500 freaking thingamajigs. I did not ask for them. I definitely didn't pay for them. I don't have the money to do it. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't even know what site or a service to trust. Like, and I damn sure I'm not fixing to just go to Google and be like, "Oh, buy YouTube subscribers," and hit Google, and then just find a place and trust that they're gonna exactly do what they're gonna do, and that the shit's not gonna be like, I did Googling one time back in the day, and I saw something that offered one tier of subs, which was just basic subs with a profile picture and no content, and then another tier that was some content, and then another tier that was like active accounts, supposedly, that they would get you to follow you and be your subscribers. And it's just ridiculous. The prices I saw on that is crazy. Crazy as hell. Oh, you want 50 legitimate subscribers that are active? Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll be $100. No, don't think so. Do not think so. Do not think so. If you got the money for that, shit. Hey, you big ballin'. I don't see how some of these folks even like. Ain't that alarm still going off? Does that mean there's one on the ground? That means there's one here close by. What's up, Branny? Branny boy. Branny boy. Branny boy. What's up, Branny boy? Say I'm stunting on him. Say I'm stunting on him, Daddy. Come on. I'm stunting on him. Let's go. Evil. Come on, Branny. Evil. Tell him, Branny. Tell him what the phrase is. Evil. The phrase is evil. Evil. Get me on camera, Daddy. Evil. Evil. Yeah. Scratch my booty. Yeah, scratch my booty. Yeah. Brownie, sit. He's a good boy. He's sitting shape. He's a good boy. Yeah. Evil. 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 So you don't like them alarms, do you? He's like, hell no. Oh, you're such a good boy, Brownie. I love you too, boy. Yeah, I love you too. Yeah, you're such a good boy. I love you. You scratch behind the ears. You like that? Evil. Oh, I love you, Brownie. But we still got a bunch of unanswered questions in this country. Where is the footage from the 9/11 gas stations across from the Pentagon? The world may never know. Probably won't. What are you about to do, K-Fam? You leaving, bro? I just wish to God AD would stop bullshitting, stop calling people things that he does not know shit about. Because while he wants to talk about, oh, Martin can get criminally in trouble for this and that, and I'm sure he can. AD, you have done some trolley, like borderline harassing type stuff, and for real civil infraction type stuff, you can be brought into court too.
Old lazy dog that live forever. Energy to deal with it, let alone the fucking balls to make a
I hear you.
decision.
Appreciate it, K-Fam.
I, on the other hand, I have a relapse.
I'm addicted to Pop-Tarts.
People don't want it.
These chocolate chip Pop-Tarts, bro. Like, I mean, the filling, whatever they use to make the filling for these, it's like they ought to use in brownies and cookies and everything. Like, it's the best chocolate chip fudge flavor. And these are like the simplest Pop-Tarts. All they do is have some icing. They're regular, and they have some chocolate icing over it. But it's inside, like they have all these holes on it, and they have these this chocolate chip fudge filling. And I tell you, man, one bite of that shit, especially when it's very warm, fresh out of the toaster, oh my God. You will go to heaven. This is supposed to be AD having Seeker on to explain Snaggy's charges, not Books for Moses. Hey, Granddad, if you wanna, oh, I know I am. I'm seeking shelter. I'm not tripping on it. You have to understand, we come from an area that's Tornado Alley, and we're used to dealing with these things. And 9 times out of 10, what this means is there's been one maybe spotted somewhere not too far from here, but that doesn't mean it's going to come through here, because it hardly ever does, on the usual, that is. And second, if there were to be one that developed closer or something, we wouldn't also just be hearing these general alarm going off. We would hear something a lot louder and closer, letting us know. So that's that. And I mean, like I said, this community is always aware that at any time one of the worst earthquakes expected in history on the New Madrid fault line could happen, or we could have a shit ass time with some tornadoes coming through. I don't know who you're talking about, Reed Timmer, but essentially, these, I mean, I'll put it to you this way. These things don't have any control. Yeah, I know, like, that's what I'm saying, K-Fam. Like, here, we expect that we are either more than likely going to die two ways. One, because of the New Madrid fault line earthquake that's long overdue, or because of a very bad tornado series of storms and shit. Those are the most, more than likely, due to a bad weather event or a tragic weather event. Those are the two main culprits most likely to end up causing something like that. It's just a fact. People don't understand that. Yeah, I heard you. And here's the other thing you guys don't realize is I'm trying to look. Here's the other thing you guys don't get. Here's the thing, and people have made fun and tried to downplay it, but the truth is I do belong to some fraternal and secret society type organizations. See, the doggy, straight up stood out to me because they needed to be rescued, and they kind of picked me to rescue them. Like, I was walking away, and they came right up behind me and started going, woof, woof, woof. I mean, he didn't give me like no time to even think about it or nothing. He was just like, "Come on, take me in," and shit, it was love from then on. I mean, I love the little bugger. And here's the other thing, it was so funny to hear, Pam to try to explain why I'm cooling over at Bambi now. She had no idea and wasn't aware that me and Miss Bambi had been talking through IG. We had been working things out, and I had been in the process of trying to show her, like, hey, I apologize for being less than a gentleman. I apologize for being less than that, and I apologize for being a douche on some things, and coming after you basically because I figured you done me wrong. Um, which I'm not wanting to argue about that either. I just want to let it go and move forward. And she respected that because you know what? It didn't take her long to see that that's exactly what the hell I was trying to do because I was making sure she knew certain things that happened either on her stuff or stream or made sure she got certain things that she had wanted uh, copies and stuff. So, I mean, the only thing I was trying to do was to keep friends happy, but at the same time, like collect as much as that as I freaking could because it, I don't know. It's just it's fucked up. I you know Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. I've been busy doing something. Why my bad.